I want it the same 10 seconds as blend. Okay, yeah, Watchtower, I don't want them commonly. And I'm taking an XP debuff, but that's fine. Yep, it feels different. Hardcore feels good now. Like on a single player game, I don't mind hardcore actually. I've got to be careful. If I steal the wrong thing, they'll fucking aggro me and I'm done. Red stick. So let's use the save injector. We're gonna put it on the dash key. We're gonna test it out and do a save. I can save and quit whenever I want. You use the save injector. And I'll take each room one at a time. Okay, one last look before we mess any more, like before we add anything else. I'm gonna look under verified creators here and just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, yeah, this simple immersive looting. No, the simple immersive looting is like cheating, but the one that lets you loot far away. Is that achievement friendly? No. Oh, here we go. Corpse looting. That one I consider to be pretty much a crucial. This one's like cheating, kind of. It gives you all this loot that you wouldn't normally get, and it's kind of annoying. I like it. Okay, I think that's it, yeah. Just the looting stuff, that was the only thing. Gotta remember the looting crashes the game, which will cause a hardcore issue. Okay, so... There we go, much better. It still looks really good. I don't know, maybe I do want the voices now that we're not doing missions. And I'm not gonna do companions either.
What? Ah, I'm working. Hey, that was my sandwich!
Hardcore has always felt different in this game to me, and I'm gonna chase it. I've always thought it really felt good. My intention was to do the achievement run with Hardcore on, but then I learned that I constantly DC'd all the time. Because I didn't have the discipline of using GeForce Now for a year. I'm learning that when I go to the bathroom, I should just save out to the load screen. Because who cares if I AFK out of that?
Glad when we're off this rock.
I might just stay on Jemison for a while. Oh, without the bunker...
Cargo's usually...
I don't have... Oh, well, I guess I could just live in the lodge. I could just live in the lodge. To me, that's about as good as I need. Between the ship and the lodge, I'll have everything I need. And I can always go back to Jemison, I suppose.
He ain't so good at picking sites. Oh, this time, like a miracle.
Yeah, the voices are good when you don't have to do their stupid quests that don't make sense and can't follow. Personal groomer. The loot suddenly feels like I need to pay attention to it or whatever. Like, I like the immersion of a good hardcore run. I think it's fun. I think it's better than WoW because these mobs are a little bit more balanced.
You got somewhere else to be?
Nope, I'm just taking everything you own. Sorry. It takes a little while. I have 53 out of 1,135 because something gave me more weight. Oh, right, because I have extra carry weight, yeah.
Eller putting that first aid seminar to work on you, huh?
Saw Lynn Holly up here. Damn.
Hey. Busy.
Don't get too used to how easy this has been. Next day might be toxic hazards.
Hey, no shame in getting knocked out. Everyone takes a trip into the dark at some point around here.
Supervisor's log supplemental. Still day 2 of Argos Extractor's Vectera dig. Restart collective
I'm
claim
busy.
ID Beta 7548 Alpha.
What else to bother?
As far as anyone knows, this is
Yeah,
just
right.
another ore run. Vectera's
Some
got enough
coffee or
mid-level
something?
veins to keep everyone working and not asking questions.
Somewhere.
I've told
How
Helen
they sucker
everything
you to
she
join?
needs to know.
Fall for
Which
the
is pretty
fancy
much everything
All
I
right,
know.
Dusty.
And
Airlock.
this is another one of Barrett's special orders. He made good with the payment for Kazan.
Put your helmet on.
Even if it was a bust. This time, I'm not so sure. The place is giving me the willies. I think we're going to find something. I just have no idea what it could be, or why Barrett might want it. But those sweet constellation credits mean we dig our holes and keep our mouths shut. And I'm okay with that. Hopefully between Barrett's serious body and the ore itself, we'll be done with this rock in 5 days, when the transport is supposed to come back for extraction.
wish they I wish they included hardcore. Feels different in hardcore. Feels like Rust. And you have like a spaceship though, which is kind of cool. I wish you could fly the spaceship around, but I guess with the Deimos you kind of can, sort of. You can at least travel around, yeah. I know what I'll do. Since it's a hardcore run, I will lace the choke point with
Is that right? That fun, huh?
Look, just hand over the credits, and I'll be happy to never see this thing, or you, ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn.
That sounds as if
The universe is just full on fun.
What the hell? Where even are they? Oh. There, that's the experience I'm looking for. Hardcore, visceral experience.
Pirate! Keep your head down!
Can you limit the HUD? Oh yeah, the item card, yeah.
Can't believe the Crimson Fleet hit us.
Maelstrom with 234 rounds. I'll put that on 3, 4, 3. Eon on 5. And this thing has 17 fizz. Yeah. I like the item implementation. Feels like a real RPG. I don't think I want the Gravis suit, but I'll sell it. I'll take the credits for it. Or I'll put it on, well, I don't know. I'll give it to one of the add-ons, maybe.
Did you see Lynn? Ran straight at those pirates like it was nothing.
Reactive gauge. I need to have them take me to the lodge, and then I'll just like move off from there and live in the sandbox.
You know you don't get paid extra. Of course, Ben.
Now that was some fun. You dug up the artifact.
Time.
You're coming with... Marvelous.
Oh no, Ben.
All right. How about soon as she...
Fine. Get out of here, Dad. Just go. Before I say something I regret.
Well, now that... Bosco! Get her to...
Indigo.
Oh, and hey, take this.
How's this feel?
Hey, look at that. The watch fits you perfectly. Now, questions? Come on. Because if you didn't, the way I see it, come on. Because if you didn't, the way I see it, they're just foul. Technically, it's not. Vasco will keep. See, that's the... While everyone else, without us, that, my friend, is... And Vasco, don't let her break my ship.
It appears you, Captain. Protocol Indigo is in effect.
Oh, really? Well, at least the load should be better now. So we know that it's one of these mods doing this. See, the mods, they like, I wonder, it must be that area loot mod. Maybe it's like causing it problems. I don't know. Wood and copper ore. I don't know, maybe I should cook stuff. I'm out of tools. Nice, it was like a 20-second load. Which is not so bad if it crashes, you know? I think I kind of want to start a new game with these creations turned on. I don't know, I think I'm okay. I need wood and stone, I'm gonna need tools. Well, I don't even have a jetpack yet. This is the shadow in the lowest settings. It's fucking awesome.
Just up the ramp, Captain. I'll be in the external robotics bay. Captain, I assume you know how to fly a Class A starship. As Barrett likes to say, it's as easy as learning to ride a bike. I will attempt to boost the shields, just in case there are any difficulties.
I'd kill for some chunks right now. First stop
I
when
know,
get
right?
home. But I really
I know,
need to get
right?
better about packing snacks for these long hauls. Some rhubarb boom pop. Maybe some cereal. Irvin always made the best trail mix. Added in little marshmallows for stars.
Fuck.
I miss that.
I think I've got to start over. I think this corpse looting mod, I think it causes problems. And so we're going to start over and delete all these saves with, well, maybe I'll just start over. But no, maybe we turn the corpse looting off and then we start over new and delete all the other saves. Which is kind of unfortunate. I don't want to start over new. But I am getting these glitches, and I don't know what causes it. I'm guessing it's probably the corpse looting. In my experience, this guy SKS, everything he does glitches. I like the corpse looting a lot. It's the corpse looting, isn't it? And so I need to go shut it off. Yeah, this didn't start till I started using the corpse looting, I don't think. Hello? Hey. Uh-huh. So I am being called away to family dinner. I want to turn off the corpse looting. I think corpse looting is causing this problem. I don't want the Gravisuit, I'm not going to use it. I don't want the observatory, I'm not going to use it. No at Hell's Gate. No corpse looting. Maybe it's Watchtower. It might be Watchtower causes the glitch. Yeah, all I want is death and Gung Fu, honestly. Yep, I'm just gonna start over completely. I'm gonna go... I'll have to do this when I get back from family dinner. So, gotta make sure I'm all set here. I'm not being attacked or anything dumb. No, it appears that I'm good. Okay. So I have to go to family dinner. I'm going to pause this video with a reminder that you have been watching Skycatlive. Hi guys, sorry about that. I was just paying attention to X4. Oh, I want to turn some lights off here. I will have some fruit for dessert.
Listen to me, something very strange is going on in Mount Rainier National Park. Nobody's talking about it, and you deserve to know the truth. Some sources say that over 400 people have vanished just on this one mountain, and while I can't confirm that number, I can show you why many insiders believe it. Take what happened in 2010, for example, when search crews found something that absolutely shocked them right along the summit of Mount Rainier itself. The search team had been climbing for hours in brutal whiteout conditions. The wind and snow had been punishing them up on the summit, and just when they were ready to turn back and call it a day, one of them spotted a small opening in the snow. As the climber approached this mysterious hole on the side of the mountain, it was obvious that this hole was there on purpose. It was almost like he was meant to find it. The climber dropped to his knees and decided to look inside of the hole, expecting to find something horrific like blood, abandoned gear, or even a body. But what he actually found in the hole was arguably far worse and certainly far more baffling. If you're morbidly fascinated with wilderness-related mysteries, please help us reach our goal of hitting 1 million subscribers. I really want 2026 to be the year that we get there, but this is only gonna happen if all of my regular viewers, that's right, I'm talking to you, hit that subscribe button, and a few new viewers join in as well. I appreciate all of you so much, and I need to introduce you to a man named Eric Lewis. Eric was an experienced mountaineer from Duvall, Washington, which isn't too far from Mount Rainier National Park. He was 57 years old, and he had been up and down Mount Rainier multiple times. He was comfortable and skilled in the mountains, but even the most experienced climbers aren't invincible. On July 1st, 2010, Eric joined two of his friends, Don Storm and Trevor Lane, to climb the Gibraltar Ledges route, a historic and demanding way to get up Mount Rainier that has been guiding climbers to the summit for ages. By the early afternoon, the team had almost reached 14,000 feet of elevation, which would put them just a few hundred feet from the mountain summit of 14,410 feet. Now, at this altitude, the winds gradually began to kick up, visibility was decreasing, and as Eric and his friends started looking around, their world started to turn whiter and whiter with snow. And you might be thinking, didn't Kyle just say that this took place in July? Well, yes, it did, but the truth is that whiteouts and snow on a mountain this high, especially on Rainier, all that stuff's common even in the warmest months of the year. Whiteouts on Mount Rainier aren't anything new or unnatural either, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they are absolutely disorienting. Have you ever tried catching snowflakes on your tongue in the winter? You know, should I demonstrate? You know, you go like this. Don't clip that, please. You know, when you're doing this and you look up, you can usually see each individual flake kind of slowly falling down and even track them right into your mouth. But in a bad whiteout like this, you can't even see 6 inches in front of you, and good luck if you're trying to catch those snowflakes on your tongue. It would kind of be like drinking out of a frozen fire hose. That was not my best explanation, was it? So in this moment, Eric's friend Don was lead climbing, but he was essentially just kind of guessing with every step and hoping that his experience
Damn it, this fucking keyboard sucks so bad. I kind of dislike analog keyboards a little bit. Starfield. One of my mods is causing my screen to distort very badly, and it forces me to completely restart the game. Do you know which one it is? They say it's the DLSS. realize those were so big. Yeah, they are kind of big. I'm just gonna start over new game, see if that fixes it. I'm gonna fix the DLSS. I don't need these skins. Oh, kitty. Kitty. Love you so much. I'm gonna run the mods that I want to run, but there's only a few. Nope, I'm just starting to bog down all this stuff. I'm looking for, like... I really like this one. I'm gonna try Zest and see if it gives me the same issue. So the AI thinks that it's DLSS. We'll see if that's what's causing this. Also got the wrong mod load. I got the wrong mod load. Now it's good. I can see that I need to.
Seals are good. Oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Stardock. Except, with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're gonna be fine. Your first outing was solid. And, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good pep talks.
Yeah, and the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue. A shame we won't find any down here. but the metal deposits alone should pay for our own helium. Hell, after this, we'll have enough jump fuel to bounce from one end of the settled systems to the next.
Hey, more minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself.
Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for room space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives. You know, most Dusties don't even make it this far. I have a good feeling about you.
A group hug now or at the end of the shift?
One of these days, Hella, I am going to leave you behind.
Promises, promises.
Okay, let's see what we've got. How are we on time?
A little longer. Grab some samples?
Always. But not you. Check on Isabel. Make sure she eases up on the breach. I don't feel like getting buried alive today.
Roger that.
Remember, Dusty, keep your breathing steady and never take that helmet off down here. Oxygen processors don't extend this far.
Yeah, because God forbid we drill on a rock with breathable atmosphere.
Know what I love about working in Freestar Collective space? Fewer regs. A job like this in the United Colonies? Huh. Leaves of red tape. So look at this one over here. Calvert! No! No. It's a laser, not a sledgehammer. Ease up! Benning, if you got paid per break, you'd be a millionaire. Let's go!
Yeah, okay.
What do we say, Dusty? You make your cut, you get your cut. No exceptions. Come on, pick it up. Troy, what's the yield?
Minimal at this point. Occasional glimmer, but it's weak.
What do you think? Stay the course?
No, ma'am. Everything worth the squeeze.
Okay then. Why don't you move over to that big thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Dusty, you're up. Grab a cutter and mine what you can. Metal deposits are in that cavern. I'll shout out.
I'm busy. Anyone else bother?
They're so jealous of No Man's Sky.
You think we'll be done here soon?
How they sucker you to join? Fall for the fancy pamphlet?
They're ready, boss. Get back up here.
Come on. It's time. You're with me.
And here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Standard's reading a clean break. Shutting down.
Let's go! Hella, get the readings.
Yeah, about that.
Problem?
Not if you consider a spike in gravity readings a problem.
I don't.
You don't?
What we're after, it'll read as an anomaly. That's what I was told anyway.
Okay, now you're starting to freak me out.
Relax. It's just another job. Come on.
We're getting close, I think. Yeah, everything is just... Lynn, seriously, there's something really effed up about this.
Where is it, Hella?
Through there.
No, barrel explosions should kill you. That's part of the hardcore experience. Oh, invasive aliens. No. I just want them bigger. There's all the stuff. Okay, there's all the stuff.
I think.
Okay, you're up. Something goes wrong in there, we'll come get you.
Why would anything go wrong?
Still getting weird gravity readings. I guess that's a good thing. Just keep going.
Do you see anything?
I'm sorry to put you guys through this a second time. It's just some mod combination. I'm trying to narrow down what's causing that distortion problem that I get. I don't think I can. I think I'm just gonna have to reload. But that's one of the nice things about only having like 5 mods is it's like a 60-second mod load.
Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells?
By quality,
Any of this
simply
look
by
familiar?
active player base size. Which MMOs are dying and which MMOs are thriving? Let's find out. Starting from the bottom at number 18 and falling farther than any other MMO on the list this time around is New World. New World dropped from number 12 to number 18 after being assassinated by Amazon, who announced they plan to stop supporting the game.
I mean, if fucking New World couldn't make it, I don't know how Ashes has a fucking chance.
In the not too distant.
I don't think Pax Day does either. I don't think Nightingale does or Enshrouded. If fucking New World couldn't make it, which was the best out of all of those games, I don't know.
Future. As a result, the population of the game immediately collapsed, and it's not likely to recover unless...
Yeah, let's go look. This is good for comedic value. Let's go look. All right. Can we randomize? Is there a way to randomize this personal record? No. Ugh. Couldn't she make it feminine instead of these terrible, like, grandma cuts? Looks like pictures you'd see in a book at a barber store. I'm sorry, at a barber shop. That's dumb. Fitness, ballistics, and gastronomy. What? 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 Okay, I don't know. Turn this off, and one of these buttons is stuck. Fucking annoying. Well. God damn it.
Forgot about your hunting background. Not much use here on this damn rock, that's for sure. Well, you got the sample. Client's on his way, then we all get paid. You remember anything that happened? Huh. Either way.
All this trouble for that?
Never mind what it looked like. Speak of the devil. Client is here. Let's go. Constellation contact.
Wait, that thing had a really nice pistol in it. Nice.
Wait. The Explorers Group?
I was puking in the toilet.
What the hell ever?
What's up, homie? I'm here. I'm like always here. Good to see you. It's cool. Thanks for the hookup.
Wait, the Explorers group? I thought they were kind of a joke.
Not a joke. You're just too young to know
Whoa.
that.
You
Hey, I'm
don't
just
look
saying,
good.
they got a reputation. Hell, I bet half the crew here doesn't even believe they really exist.
Half the crew doesn't believe Earth exists. This has been a good run. You lucked out being picked up for this one.
Having some trouble targeting. I think hardcore is how I want to play this game.
Argos usually ain't so good at picking
You don't lose the character either. I just want to.
time,
I want the immersion of trying not to die. They're trying to get every cent out of the environment, using it to buy meds and blend and stuff that helps me carry through terrible fights.
You all right? Need some coffee or something? Got a pack.
You got a few more digs to go before I feel like talking to you.
I feel like I'm gonna lose this character because I'll be stealing something by mistake. I probably should stay away from it, just like in town, completely.
Glad when we're off this rock.
Don't get too used to how easy this has been. Next dig might be the toxic hazard. Worse.
Amazon sells the IP to someone else. New World was getting better and better from one expansion to the next, but Amazon wanted to move out of the MMO business to focus its spending on AI-related endeavors instead.
What brings you out to the match today?
My grandson's number 7. I never miss when he's on the field.
It's tragic to see one of the few fairly monetized MMOs die like this. It deserved better. But it is what it is, and New World sits here at the bottom of the list. Next up, continuing its steep descent to the bottom of the list, is Throne and Liberty. This MMO has definitely fallen short of expectations. It's a gorgeous PvP-centric MMO, but combine that with the fact that it's got massive pay for power, and you end up with an MMO for a very niche audience. Players complain about the lack of content and a repetitive daily gameplay loop burning them out on the young game. Fans of the game love the group PvP battles. I really hoped this would be the next big MMO, but sitting down here at number 17 on the list, it's not looking likely. Sadly, given how heavily pay to win and PvP centric they decided to make it, the results really aren't that surprising. Next up, rising one slot for the first time in a long time, is Lost Ark, moving up from 17 to 16. Lost Ark is a free-to-play top-down MMORPG that launched in the East in 2019 and then finally here in the West in 2022. Players have attributed the steep player decline to the game's repetitive daily gameplay loop and its pay-to-win monetization. On top of that, Lost Ark seems to really be struggling with new player onboarding. Getting players through those early levels and into the endgame content with its current player base is not easy when it comes to the game's massive grind.
Yeah?
Lost Ark is trying to address this, but clearly it's struggling. One of Lost Ark's biggest strengths is its combat. On top of that, the game has a wide variety of classes with more on the way, each with their own look and feel to make sure that anyone can find the right class for them. If we look at Lost Ark's trends, we can see that interest exploded in February of 2022 when it launched in the West, but then quickly lost those players as time went on, leaving it all the way down here at number 16 on the list. Moving up one position to number 15 on the list is Albion Online, a fantasy sandbox MMORPG that was released in 2017 and is available on PC, Mac, iOS, and Android, and is free to play and full of pay for power. Next up, if you're burned out on the games on this list, maybe try something new. Something with epic gods and elite assassins. Right now, 5 iconic assassins from Assassin's Creed franchise are joining this game as legendary champions for a limited time. You can get Ezio for free by logging into the game for 7 consecutive days starting on January 8th. Log in for another 7 days to get amazing gear to power up Ezio quickly. You'll be able to use dedicated events, tournaments, and summon boosts to obtain more Assassin's Creed assassins, such as Edward Kenway, Bayek, Basim, and Cassandra, who will be the first champion from the newest faction known as the Argonauts. Dive into the event dungeon to take down Pontiff Augustine and earn limited time chronophage gear and more. When you unlock all 6 assassins during the event, you'll also earn an exclusive bonus reward. If you haven't started playing yet, then what are you waiting for? Click my link in the description or scan my QR code to get amazing bonuses that are only available via my link. Right now, you'll get 2 legendary champions and 2 free epics. Instantly unlock a huge starter pack with the surprisingly powerful epic Grizzled Jarl from Dwarf's faction. Reach level 15 to get one of the most valuable champions in the game. You go. Log in for 7 days to claim legendary Ezio from Assassin's Creed for free, and you can also get one of the following legendary champions using the corresponding promo code: Green Warden Rourke, Alice the Wanderer, Cheshire Cat, Tunaharik, Sun Wukong Monkey King, and Ultimate Death Knight. My favorite is Sun Wukong Monkey King for his insane power and ability to self-revive. Join me in Clan Vegeta Best Arc 8888, and shout out to Raid for sponsoring this segment. Now let's get back to the video. Not for the faint of heart, Albion is a full loot PvP MMO. Once you've been looted by an enemy, you'll have to go and buy replacement gear, but fortunately the game has made this process incredibly easy by letting you save loadouts so that you can repurchase your loadout with a click of a single button after you die. The game features a pretty massive progression tree where the more you use something, the more you level it up and unlock things down that branch of the tree. Albion Online does not require a mandatory sub, but does offer an optional sub that will greatly reduce your grind towards max level. The game has attracted and maintained a sizable audience and seems to have carved out its own space in the MMO sphere. Next up, holding on to the number 14th spot, is Lord of the Rings Online. This MMO was released back in 2007, and then in 2010 the game went from being a subscription-based game to being free to play. Lord of the Rings Online is a classic theme park MMO. It's got a respectable Lord of the Rings inspired story with some really solid voice acting. Like many of the free-to-play MMOs, it's not massively popular, but it's alive enough to enjoy it. It's worth noting that in order to have access to all the races and classes, you'll either have to do a hefty grind of cash up currency or fork out a little bit of cash. You can also choose to sub to the game for $15 a month in order to get things like extra inventory space and extra quests. If you're looking for a good story and a classic MMO experience, Lord of the Rings Online could be a good time for you. Next up, holding on to the the 13th slot, and sitting here as the oldest MMO we'll talk about today, launched all the way back in 1999, is EverQuest. EverQuest still has a small but respectable population, and is surprisingly still popular enough to be on the list today. Before WoW, when no one knew what an MMO was, there was EverQuest. This game is full of the classic MMO formula because it invented a lot of it. It's still getting expansions today, which is definitely contributing to the fact that it's still around today. It's worth noting that it might be hard to do group content if you're not someone who is willing to multi-box, as this is one of the most popular ways to play the game today. Dropping one spot to number 12 is EVE Online, released all the way back in 2003. EVE Online is an MMO where your goal is to build and upgrade a powerful spaceship so that you can join up with others to vie for control of the most profitable sectors of space. It's free to play with the option to pay money to do things like access more spaceships sooner. It also has an optional sub, and this sub is the most expensive subscription on the entire list, sitting at $20 per month. As with most optional subs, fans of the game will often tell you that if you intend to fully enjoy the game, the sub's not so optional. PvP in EVE Online is high stakes, as when your ship is destroyed, it does not respawn. Instead, you'll have to build it again. So be prepared to spend days, weeks, or months refarming materials to get your ship back. EVE was never the biggest MMO, but it and its fans and its developers have kept it on this list for over 2 decades, likely because there's nothing else like it. Next up, we have a new MMO on the list, Ashes of Creation, sitting at number 12, but as with all MMO launches, it's falling fast. The game has launched to mixed reviews, and the upside is that it aims to be an open world PvP MMO that is free of pay to win. The downside is that it's still very much an unfinished game, with only a fraction of the promised content. The decision to release the game felt like it came out of nowhere, as they skipped from alpha to Steam launch as interest in the alpha waned. The first impressions of the game are similar to what we saw in alpha. The developers really want players to group, and as a result, they have made solo play an incredible slog. In order for an MMO that almost demands group play to survive, it needs to have an incredibly large population, which isn't a luxury that a niche PvP MMO usually has in 2026, which means Ashes of Creation's design and reality might be at odds with each other on this front. Here's hoping they figure it out, because man, do we need more Western MMOs that are free of pay to win. Make sure to sub to the channel to see where this MMO lands when we update this list in 6 months. Falling 2 spots to number 11 is Star Wars: The Old Republic. BioWare handed this game off to a new developer to keep it up and running as they move on to new projects, which has definitely caused delays to new content and has also seemingly resulted in smaller content additions overall. This is another MMO that is now free to play with an optional sub. That optional sub will unlock a lot of things, but most importantly, it'll give you access to all of the zones in the game forever, even if you only sub for 1 month and then cancel. Star Wars: The Old Republic is known for its amazing class stories that immerse you in the world of Star Wars, which are fully voice acted and are incredibly well fleshed out and written. Perhaps the most unique part of the stories is that your choices actually have an impact on the ending of your story, with up to 3 different endings possible for each class. It's not a bad game to pick up and play with a friend, as it does feature level scaling. The downside of this is that it's made the questing experience very, very easy, perhaps too easy. So you'll definitely be jumping in for the story rather than the challenge. Now it's time to dive into the top 10. And if you're enjoying this video, be sure to like and subscribe to be kept up to date on all the latest and greatest MMO news. Sitting at number 10 is Final Fantasy XI.
11 still in the top 10, wow.
It was the first MMO in the Final Fantasy universe, and this game has definitely stood the test of time. It was one of the first, if not the first, cross-platform game that let PlayStation 2 and PC players play together. A while back, the developers announced they were putting Final Fantasy XI into maintenance mode and letting the developers move on to other things. But then more recently, the developers moved in the other direction and announced a flurry of updates and changes. I'm guessing that this was a response to the resurgence of players, some drawn into the free login event last year and others just looking for a change of pace from Final Fantasy XIV while they wait for the next update. Whatever the reason, it's a welcome change for the game. The MMO has aged more gracefully than most. It's still a sub-to-play MMO with 0 pay-to-win 24 years after release. It doesn't sell WoW token equivalents, mounts, or cosmetics in its cash shop. Everything is earned exclusively by playing the game. Between that and its incredibly unique design, it's no surprise that it still has a loyal following all these years later. Next up, moving up 1 spot to the 9th spot, is Black Desert Online, which is known for its beautiful graphics and splashy combat. It's an open world game with very little in the way of instanced content. You don't play BDO for the dungeons and for the raids. BDO is a Korean MMO grind mixed with a dash of PvP. It's important to note that it's an always on PvP game. Once you hit 50, the PvP is on. For the most part, anyone can kill you at almost any time. This doesn't mean that they will, but this is definitely one of the unique qualities of the game that makes it popular among PvPers. Unfortunately, BDO has recently started to slide back to its more pay-to-win ways after it had briefly improved things for a year or so. Between the increasing pay-to-win and the 3 optional subs that total more than $40, this pay-to-win MMO has the type of monetization that it seems only PvPers are willing to tolerate. Still, it's one of the best PvP MMOs out there if you're looking for one, and so it's been able to hold on to enough players to keep it in the top 10. Next up, falling 2 spots to number 8 is MapleStory. MapleStory launched in 2003 in the East and 2005 in the West. It was immensely successful and still manages to stay relevant nearly 2 decades later. So far, the game's reached over 260 million registered users worldwide. It's got over 40 different classes for you to try and offers an incredibly unique and accessible experience. This side-scrolling MMO has done a good job of staying relevant over the years, even outliving its intended successor, MapleStory 2, which died almost immediately upon launching. Which brings us to another old MMO holding on to the number 7 spot is Wizard 101. This MMO was a gateway into the MMO scene for many children around 2008 when it launched. It's still going strong today and still getting new updates regularly. The game lists itself as free to play, but veterans of the game will tell you that it's more honest to call this free to try, as you'll need to sub in order to access all of the game's best and most relevant content. It's definitely a unique entry, featuring a card collecting style of combat. It also includes your more usual MMO staples like housing and fishing. And despite its humble beginnings, it's still here holding down the number 7 spot over 16 years after its initial release. Next up, falling 2 places to number 6 on this list is Elder Scrolls Online. This MMO is going through a bit of an awkward transition in monetization models right now, but we should see some clarification on that front soon. Elder Scrolls Online is one of the few MMOs still getting massive expansions every year. Some players love ESO for its almost infinite number of Elder Scrolls quests tucked within, while detractors complain about the homogenization of classes and combat, stating that everything plays the same. The recent addition of multi-classing has definitely exacerbated this already problematic issue greatly. But on top of ESO's massive amount of single-player content, it's also got 12-player raids and 4-player dungeons, both of which are fantastic. ESO definitely leans towards the casual MMO player and stands out as one of the more story-driven MMO experiences out there. Since its release in 2014, ESO has cultivated a large and loyal fanbase, and it continues to hold its own against the heavy hitters at the top of the list. Next up, moving up more slots than any other MMO on this list, is Guild Wars 2, sliding its way up to number 5. Guild Wars 2 had an explosive launch back in 2012 and has since been one of the most popular MMOs on the market, and recently it's seen a huge resurgence of players. As MMOs go, Guild Wars 2 does an excellent job of encouraging zone exploration and completion, and tried hard to break the mold of having players run from one yellow exclamation point to the next. Guild Wars 2 features a very generous free trial. The first 80 levels are free, and the game does not feature a sub, not even one of those quote-unquote optional subs. So when it says you can play it for free, it means it. After the first 80 levels, there's a lot of great content to be had in the expansions. However, those will need to be purchased, and these expansions are definitely where the game's best content is. As you've heard me say before, Guild Wars 2's mounts are better and more fun than any other mounts in any other MMO. Its lack of rigid trinity of tank, healer, and DPS have made it a unique entry in the genre as well. One of the most memorable parts about Guild Wars 2 is its world events, where upwards of 100 players will group up to take down world bosses that can be as big as the size of a skyscraper. And it's really cool to see that many people in the community get together to take these things down. How is Guild Wars 2 trending? Well, after sliding for a few years after its End of Dragons expansion, it's recently started to climb rapidly, showing massive player growth over the last 6 months. Next up, climbing up 1 spot to number 4 is World of Warcraft Classic. In March of 2017, Blizzard finally caved and announced they would be making World of Warcraft Classic. World of Warcraft Classic was a return to WoW before its controversial additions like raid finders, excessive cash shop items, and the WoW token. WoW Classic is the classic MMO experience, slower combat, and the
Oh, I actually have to go. God damn it. God damn it. Why even make that possible? You know I don't want to lean back so far I fall. I can't tell where it is because of the camera.
Beauty. Now bring it down to LSIA. Bet they didn't think we'd come through with this when they put it on the rider. Paradise is quite a night spot.
I like this much more hardcore with like 5 mods. Because they're like the 5 that you need to have fun. And they're all really good. They're all really genuinely game-changing mods. And they're like, you know, hardcore, area loot that makes it like 76. All the Bethesda mods and everything, because, you know, whatever. And like, yeah, it was like maybe 10 mods or something. And it's a much smaller load, which is much better for GeForce Now. And I'm definitely get a faster save. And it's a new save, and I like hardcore. I like taking my time. If I feel like my life might be at stake, I will take my time looting monuments and moving very slowly through it, methodically, and just see what I can do with it. I don't particularly want to do the main story quest ever again, but I suppose that's like one way to look at the game. We could just do the whole main story quest first and then go all the way back. You do get some good guns in the main story quest. On hardcore, I might be more inclined to listen to them talk.
Madonnas aren't here yet. I mean, the music's great. Seriously, rock and roll. Really gone to... Like that, celebrities. One. Oh, here they are.
Hey, Dave.
Lads. Peace and love. Big up the London Massive. Yes. Shall we, get in the car? I hope it's, good enough.
Oh, man, this is great.
Oh, yes, my son. It's no bother. It's just a little something I threw together. Comfortable. Okay, driver. To the club. Don't spare the horses. To the club, you little beauty. All right. To be quite honest, chaps,
Taste, you
I was
can't
expecting a little more enthusiasm for the old mode of transportation. It's the Enos, isn't it? About as easy getting hold of one of these as it is to piss out a bowling ball.
It's a nice car, but you know, you didn't have to.
You could have sent a limo or anything.
Any old limo? Fucking hell. Hold on a second. You mean that wasn't your rider? An Enos at Stafford, 2 gallons of mezcal and a swimming pool of rubber duckies?
Nah, all we asked for was our mixer and a few drinks in the bar.
Yeah, if the setup is right, we're good.
Blooming heck. Hey, you hear that? Didn't even want the Enos. Must have been Laszlo's list. Poser. That's the owner, by the way, lads. Been jumping through hoops trying to get this thing.
Good to meet you. I'm Matteo.
Carmine, great to play the club.
Well, enjoy the luxury, lads. Even if it wasn't exactly requested. And if you want those rubber ducks, you say the word. Hey, either of you gents on the cacao?
Excuse me?
What?
Cacao. Cocoa beans. It's like chocolate, only properly twist your noggin. Pretty much all I do now is 100% pure ceremonial grade chocky. Sorted my chakras right out. You see them?
No.
Huh?
Perfect alignment. Like a snooker rack. Crown to root, the whole works. Thank you, Goddess Chock. We'll get you fellas a ceremony when you're out here, no problemo.
We're fine, honestly.
Yeah, we're pretty busy anyway.
Shame. Your loss. This is the future. Oh, and you're right. Honest mistake. So don't get any ideas in your head. Love is the answer. Love. Here we are, lads. I hope they're ready for it.
Thanks, man. Hey, we'll see you in there.
Let's go for it.
without any.
Get that artifact to Constellation.
Starfield, is there any good loot at the start of the game where the, where you meet Barrett? Is that his name? I can't remember. Yeah. No, I want normal armor.
Make the delivery with Constellation. So one big write-off now.
Okay, we leaving now, huh? Well, I saved, which is good. Tomorrow, I have to drive to Seattle and back, so I will be a little late. I don't know how late. Not very late. Because I have to go to bed at 12. It's fucking annoying.
Captain, I assume you know how to fly a Class A starship.
Yep.
As Barrett likes to say, it's as easy as learning to ride a bike. I will attempt to boost the shields, just in case there are any difficulties.
Hardcore plays to me a lot more like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, like a dungeon run, where you wouldn't really want to miss anything because you might not survive. Yeah, and suddenly it like becomes a lot more immersive because you're like, okay, I have to do everything as it comes to me, or I miss up on power gains. Miss out on power gains.
irate pirate. Looks like you finally did it. Boarded my ship, scrapped my bot, ripped those beautiful brown eyes out of my adorably cherubic face. And then you discovered the guy you had pegged as a treasure hunter doesn't actually have any treasure. Not anymore. It's true. I may have had a pricey trinket or two when I evaded your sorry asses at Kumazi, but brother had to find me. So you get nothing, except my ghost. Because I am gonna haunt your asses till the end of your days. Which, for a Crimson Fleet pirate, is about, what, another week?
Shields ready. The rest is up to you. Test all controls and systems to ensure they are not on the verge of catastrophic failure. I can step you through the entire process, or if you're already an experienced pilot, just power up all the systems and we'll be on our way. Jumping into our location, Captain. Scan indicates an abandoned facility on the nearby moon of Crete, a perfect staging area for pirates. it. The abandoned facility with our Crimson Fleet captain is on the surface. I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Starfield, what gun should I give Vasco? See if I can make a bed. Oh no, I have a bed, huh? Local time is 8. We'll wait 3 hours of sleep. Okay, I'm gonna pop to the menu and go piss. Okay, I'm gonna pop to this and I'm gonna load once human. Okay, and we bomb out in a way where I don't lose the character if I DC. Okay, we saved, and that's gonna give me an 8-minute timer. I'm gonna go piss. Okay, you're playing a deck game mode. Right now my inventory is 110 out of 851. There was a good mod that lets you jump to the wheel of the ship, but I want less mods. I don't want to have to download each time. Being able to log in quickly is of great value to me. I still don't have a jump pack yet. so the first thing that I need is to be able to, on the ship... Oh, I don't know, security might be better. But no, I think I need to be able to lock. Yeah, I need to be able to lock on ships. That's the thing that scares me the most. If I don't have that, I'll die. This is the easiest level, so I'm gonna spend it on that because I know I need it. In hardcore, this loot seems like it might actually be worth getting. It's not enough for me to want to wander around, but it is enough for me to get immersed, which is good. Gotta be careful about my approach. If I aggro the entire place, I could die. Starfield, where to get a good cutter early game? Maybe I found better settings for Once Human. Hardcore makes me nervous, and I like that. I like that feeling. It feels better than WoW hardcore, because this game I think is more fair. WoW will just spawn 5 things on top of you. I don't think this game will do that. You know when they're coming. I don't know, maybe I should go lower FOV. What about like 50? I love this game. I think they made it a very good game. I had a discussion with my mother tonight about how I like bad games. It feels so good. Feels way better in hardcore.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die. It would be wise to search the enemy's remains for valuables.
Ooh, a rattler. Two digipix is good. 4 digipix. Med pack. Credits and structural material. More credits. Med pack, antibiotics, uranium. Ooh, 1,000 credits and beef. Digipick, cola, and nickel, distilled water, chunks cola, milk, credits. Hardcore feels way, way better because you like think about each room, what's in the room. I think DLSS was causing a problem, but I don't think Zest does. Oh yeah, I was gonna take a look. Oh look, Zest does Once Human way, way, way better. Can I bump it? Let's bump it. I don't care. Like, I guess DLSS was causing me a problem, I guess? I don't really know. But I'm a native, but I don't need to be on this. Let's try on very high with no restrictions. Everything up except for, yeah, everything's up, so, oops, yeah, confirm, yeah. Restart the game, but, yeah, it does feel more playable. I don't know, it doesn't feel that playable now. Try medium graphics here, performance. I guess medium was good. Medium graphics. Alright. Apply, restart the game again. I don't know, it's running really well. I don't want to restart the game, I think it's doing fine. Oops. Wow, that light looks better. They say that Intel Zest got improved a lot today. I don't know though. All the items actually really feel like they're worth something, which is good. And I don't care if it takes longer, because it feels more like a Dungeons & Dragons campaign in hardcore, because you're like, if I move another room forward, the Demigorgon might stomp me. And am I ready? Like, I'm not totally ready. I should have gone to Neon pretty much immediately. Because what do I do? What do I do if I get out of a bad situation? I don't know if I really can. I like the little ammo readout. It's fucking sweet. Ammo's a problem. I wouldn't mind buying ammo for, like, technically I should have a cheaper gun out. Yeah, like a cheaper gun for now. Use the spray for something close. Redis, Digipick, and a book. Let's see what I picked up.
Fire.
God damn robot. God damn, this gun sucks.
I am aiming for your center of mass.
Cool. Nice, that looks way cooler. No! Oh no! Oh! Ew. That was a hardcore moment. don't want the music, it's annoying me.
I am nearby.
I like the combat actually. Ooh, Solstice, that's good. Probably replace this Eon. Modified Eon. Oops. Solstice, I got 24 rounds, modified Eon. And skin modified Eon, and a Rattler, and a Grendel. I have 92 rounds for it. Okay, how's this going? Ah, medium's good.
I am not picking up the enemy on my scanner.
I like melee, I'm gonna do it more, like, it's cheaper. Ooh, Equinox. I'm gonna give that to the robot. Use the next one.
Captain, Protocol, I have often asked Barrett that same question, and the most likely answer is that Barrett. Constellation is members. Often the membership is... Do you require...
3KV LZR. I'll just give it all to him for now, because I might want it back later.
Barrett would say that billions of years ago, we were all one with the cosmos. So technically,
Look, Zess
you
is
have
much
known each
better.
other forever. But
I wonder if
the
I can
more
bump to
practical
high.
answer is likely that he needs you. The number of known people who have been affected by the artifacts is now 2. Without your investment in Constellation's mission, he may never know more about the experience you both share. So he is showing you trust in order to gain your support.
Not to shut again, but this is the last time, I think.
Carrying object.
Oh, I have a lot more rounds with that. So the Grendel and then another one. Says you.
You appear to be prioritizing our deaths over your own survival. Yells. I am not sure why.
Get this throw a little bit on my legs better. I like hardcore, it's a lot more fun. Did I ding? I think I did. The next thing I could use is... Did I ding? No, I didn't ding, no. But I'm halfway through level 2. Gameplay is much better. Zest got improved today, so I thought I'd try it out. And yeah, it is good. Zest is playing this, like, all these games really well. No restrictions, Zest, native, anti-aliasing. I could probably go lower, but I turned the shader down, so we'll go see how that feels. Seems like it's running okay. Yeah, I've been thinking, like, I don't really... Well, I don't know. I do play X4, yeah. So, right now... God damn, I have a lot of ships. Nova Vanguards. I want to take them and put them on... Defend Commander Beta. No, wait. I wanna tell these 5 to mimic Commander's behavior. And I want to tell this guy to patrol Heretic's End. Confirm. Okay. Then good. And then lots of loot around. This loot feels good because it'll buy blend. Feels really good to get it, actually. Please get out of my way. I maybe should have done the bunker, but I don't know. I think the bunker breaks the game. I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm cheating either. I like this mission. Yeah, high's a little too high. Unfortunately. Oh, my keyboard apparently is running out of battery. Okay, so high was too high, medium. Native anti-aliasing might be kind of high. Let's do the native anti-aliasing. Actually, texture quality should be on high, but the shaders should be on low. Detail low, and then medium, apply. We'll have to start the client again. High was too high. It does medium well, but it won't do high for whatever reason. It's because X4 is like stealing the DLSS, I think. I could turn it off. Let's see if it affects Once Human better. I don't know if I need it, for one thing. Oh, cool, I got a new spacesuit. I look badass. Only 1 frag grenade and 3 frag mines. The mines are funny because you can't get them to step on them. I never thought about using them, though. I like the Alien Isolation feel of this game more than Alien Isolation. Oh, god damn it, get out of the way.
I'm detecting a safe nearby. We could make use of whatever is inside, provided you had some digipics and a disregard for personal property rights.
See, that makes me nervous. And it could have killed me too. Make sure none of them go off in your face and kill you, you know? I also just want to see if it blew like all the stuff around.
The whole room is trashed. I can't call for help. I can hear the terror more roaring somewhere. And more people screaming.
Ooh, epic pack. Nice.
You gotta be kidding me.
Crimson?
That statement is partially, but the only thing...
I don't care what kind of... You're not talking... You don't scare... You're willing to give... I'm getting that shit. I've heard enough.
Programmed for combat. I do not feel pain. Alert. The enemy.
Hi, kitty.
These criminals.
Oh, that could kill me. That would have killed me. Hardcore is way different. Fallout in space. kitty. Get off my keyboard, kitty. Ah, kitty. Oh, my kitty. I love her. Hello, beautiful kitty. Let's stroke her a little bit. Yeah, hello, beautiful. Let's go to bed early tonight or this sucks. Guess I shouldn't have done that. I guess I should have just slept. Oops.
To reach the lodge, we must jump to the planet Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system, and then land in the city of New Atlantis. Do not worry, this will all become second nature before too long.
Oh, my kitty. I like the frame gen. Yeah, this is running well enough here. Oh, pretty kitty.
Vasco. What? No Barry?
Why couldn't this game been this good at the start? These developers, man.
Strict adherence to the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS. WoW Classics developers have gone quiet as they work on the next major iteration of the WoW Classic experience. I've been saying for a long time, I hope WoW Classic will eventually do what old school RuneScape did and carve its entirely own path, completely forking from retail WoW. I hope in this new version of WoW they do everything they can to avoid it becoming just another dungeon queue simulator. We already have retail WoW for the times where all we want to do is log in and jump into the dungeon and raid finder queues. WoW Classic is sitting at number 4, further proof that there is a strong appetite for the classic MMO experience, untainted by WoW tokens, microtransactions, and loot crates. Next up, holding on to the number 3 spot is Final Fantasy XIV. This MMO is no stranger to the top 3. Final Fantasy XIV continues to earn its position with its constant and massive content drops from one expansion and patch to the next. Final Fantasy XIV is a fantasy MMORPG that places a massive focus on the story, and its newest expansion, Dawntrail, started a brand new story arc after they concluded the previous 10-year arc in the Endwalker expansion. It features 22 different classes and the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS, and a new Beastmaster class is on the way in 7.5. Final Fantasy XIV has a best-in-class free trial, now allowing you to play the first 70 levels and the first 2 expansions for completely free. After that, you'll have to buy the game and pay for a mandatory sub. Thanks to this mandatory sub, however, the game is free of pay to win, it's free of loot boxes, and it has hundreds, if not thousands, of cosmetics and mounts that you can earn in-game by playing the game. Final Fantasy XIV players love the game, but they are asking the developers to mix up their formula a little bit in future expansions. Next up, falling 1 spot to an impressive number 2 is Old School RuneScape. The only MMO on this list that has seen its population steadily increase over the last 10 years is Old School RuneScape. This MMO is unique because players literally get to vote yes or no on anything that the developers want to add to the game. Old School RuneScape launched as a result of the community not loving some of the changes that were made to the game. Retail RuneScape added WoW-like abilities and a massively pay-to-win cash shop, and so the community begged the developers for the creation of Old School RuneScape. Jagex finally agreed and created servers that were based on the 2007 version of the game. RuneScape is unique because it does not have the player follow a linear storyline, but instead has the player choose their own path through the game. Players can choose to kill monsters, go off questing, or level up one of their many different skills. RuneScape is a very sandboxy MMO that allows for a lot of AFK skilling, and thanks to its slow pace and incredibly low computer requirements, it's very accessible. It's got some pretty involved quests that would be near impossible to figure out without the help of add-ons and guides, but it is as old school as it gets, with a very clunky combat system and user interface, which means it's going to take a lot of patience and getting used to if you're going to be trying this game for the first time in 2025. Its fans love it because it's nothing like the MMOs that are released today, and honestly, that's understandable. And last but certainly not least, reclaiming the number 1 spot is World of Warcraft. The World of Warcraft population is ramping up as we approach the release of its next expansion, and when that drops, it's likely to see another measurable jump in players yet again. The Midnight expansion will be bringing with it a massive revamp of some of the older zones, as well as a brand new, heavily monetized housing system and a new Demon Hunter spec. World of Warcraft is a massive, seamless MMO that still handles scale better than any other MMO I've played. You can see locations multiple zones away, get on your mount, and fly there. You feel tiny when you walk up to huge structures, and these are things that a lot of other MMOs created well after World of Warcraft are still unable to deliver on today, thanks to them being broken down into smaller zones with rampant load screens in between. Depending on who you ask, WoW has a love it or hate it art style. Some call it timeless, others call it cartoony. Regardless, this is one of the most polished MMOs on the list today, receiving some of the most massive expansions of any MMO on the list. World of Warcraft features the trinity of tank, healer, and DPS, and has 13 unique classes, each with multiple different specs. If you're not into multiplayer content, there's a ton of single player content for you to level your way up through before before you bother with any dungeons and raids. The king of MMOs has reclaimed its throne, but how will the next expansion be received? Be sure to subscribe to find out when I do my next mid-year update. We have seen some massive upsets to start 2026, with some popular MMOs clawing their way to the top, while others slid their way to the bottom. In the last 6 months, we've seen multiple MMOs drop absolutely stunning expansions, making it a good time to be a fan of these games. Did any of the results on this list surprise you? Which MMOs do you think are going to move up or down in the future? Are you surprised to see new MMOs so low on the list? Let me know down in the comments below. And where will future MMOs like Ion 2 land on this list when they release? Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel to find out, as I'll continue to cover these MMOs like the degenerate MMO player I am. As always, massive shout out and a massive thank you to my YouTube channel members. To become a member, click the link in the description or click the join button below for access to a private Discord channel, behind the scenes footage, and more. Sincerely, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
What's my assignment? I'll get underway.
I'm looking to join a crew. I'm not asking for much. Why is that? You don't know what you're talking about. The best crew doesn't come. This isn't getting us. That's as low as I'll go. Where do you want me? Be there soon.
6,000 credits.
As of January 14th, 2026, it's been exactly 1 year since Conan Exiles entered its unofficial Age of Fixes. At that time, I said we'd look back after a while and see what Funcom have managed to achieve. Well, that 1 year mark is here, so let's see what the Age of Fixes has done so far, and if Funcom have managed to make meaningful change. As a brief recap, the aim of the Age of Fixes was quite simple: to increase game stability and resolve bugs, to lay a stable foundation for the future without piling new content on top of a shaky base. This was all elucidated in the January 14th, 2025 producer letter by project director Rodney Harper. At the time, there had been a rising swell of support for a pause on new content, and this letter was fairly well received if memory serves. However, a year removed, what have Funcom actually delivered? Since then, the devs have added 7 updates, 3 major updates in March, August and December, and 4 hotfixes in January, April, May and September. Now, these updates have covered all sorts of ground, and of course I'm not going to bore you with going into every single change in every single update, or we'll be here forever. However, generally speaking, the updates have targeted bugs and issues, ranging from the more minor inconveniences to larger problems like game crashes, load times, and so on. A big part of the Age of Fixes, one that does get forgotten about a bit, probably due to the unofficial name it's been given, is quality of life, which has been addressed in multiple ways. This included some pretty large changes like removing the Alldayerrydaybaby fortress, readjusting stamina, and of course the huge changes recently made to sorcery in the December update. Lastly, despite what the producer letter said, there has been some new content with the Age of Fixes too, namely the Dark Dregs dungeon, bizarre items, and some of the new rituals and such added to sorcery. Whilst the Age of Fixes did announce a pause to new content, I and many others suspect that at least a decent portion of this new content was likely already partially or mostly finished prior to the producer's letter, so it kind of makes sense to finish it off and put it out. Now, probably one of the most important things that the Age of Fixes needed to improve as soon as possible is stability. At the end of the Age of War and the start of the Age of Heroes, the game was undeniably unstable, probably the most it had ever been. The producer letter said pretty clearly the game had accumulated a number of long-standing issues, alongside what sounds to be a fair bit of technical debt, which is the future cost of addressing shortcuts or suboptimal decisions made earlier on in development. That really started to be felt quite heavily in the tail end of 2024, but even a little further back, there were clearly issues. Despite slowing the development cycle, it didn't seem to help much, and each update was slowly turning from what's new to what's broken now. Unfortunately, the answer was a growing number of things were breaking, some pretty disastrously. By that initial marker, have things actually improved in the stability department? Well, the team have made a number of improvements to make the game a bit more stable, spreading across bug fixes, optimizations, and addressing crashing issues and the like. From my own anecdotal experience, and from what I've read from others, the game does seem a bit more stable. I will also say that I've experienced a lot less of the initial burst of issues whenever an update releases. Not every update has released perfectly, of course. There have still been problems, but I do think there has been an improvement on that initial front of the game generally running as it should, and of updates not coming with a laundry list of crippling problems. Funcom have also targeted a number of smaller and medium-sized bugs throughout the Age of Fixes, and to be fair, a good number of these fixes do seem to have stuck. These bugs weren't necessarily game-breaking ones, or sometimes not even that widespread, but they are good to have fixed anyway. Even chipping away at the smaller issues improves the whole, so I think they've done alright on that front. The side of this that some people aren't so happy with is the progress made on larger bugs. Namely, we're looking at the big hitters like purge spawning, companion quests, living settlements, foundation sinking, and issues with the inventory. If we're being honest, there hasn't been as much progress on these problems as I think a lot of us would have hoped for, especially on the really massive issues like living settlements. Funcom have made some adjustments and fixes to that system, but the last time it was left active on officials, it was still broken. It was turned off in April, I believe, and remains off until now. Some progress does seem to have actually been made on the issue of purge spawning, especially in the last update. The majority of the actual bug fixes in that December update focused on purge spawning itself, and so far, I've not heard that it hasn't worked. This sort of thing I have to base on complaints. If something works as intended, people generally don't post about it, but if it doesn't work, you'll definitely hear it quite quickly. From what I've seen, that seems to have been at least somewhat successful, or at least it hasn't made anything worse. Inventory issues, I'll be honest, I'm not really sure where we're at with that. I know some fixes were made earlier on in the year that do seem to have rectified some issues, but much like purge spawning, I've not actually heard a lot about it lately. That doesn't necessarily mean it's gone away, people could just be tired of talking about it, but I think I would have seen more about it by now if it had persisted as bad as it was. I take that as a generally positive sign. I know there were some important fixes to disappearing items in the inventory that seem to have stuck. That was a big one, but I do occasionally hear that some issues still remain, so there might still be a bit of work to do there. As for the companions, I don't think we've seen enough yet. There have been some fixes here and there to companion quests, but I still hear at least semi-regularly that people are having problems with both Lu Fei and Freya's quests. This probably isn't as big a priority as some of the other large issues, but so far, it seems companions haven't yet been fully fixed. Lastly, foundation sinking, from what I hear, still happens, though I'm not sure how often. When it was at its peak, people were talking about this all the time. Now, I see it less regularly, but again, is it that the issue is being fixed, or are people just fed up talking about it? There have been a number of more generalised changes that could have fixed this issue, or at least made it less common, but I couldn't see anywhere in the patch notes where it has been specifically marked out as having a fix applied to it. This one is a little uncertain, but it does seem at least less common compared to when it was at its peak, and it was happening all the time. I will say as well, there's also the matter of unseen back-end fixes that don't get any documentation in the patch notes. This is all kind of hypothetical, so I won't spend too much time on this, but I imagine there's probably a lot of stuff in the back-end systems that need to be fixed as well. Things that we don't see or even really understand, but things that make the process of delivering updates more stable and hopefully more efficient. I would imagine some of that has been fixed as part of an effort to clean up technical debt. We've just likely not heard about it because it doesn't have a direct documentable effect. I think this is a pretty common sense point, but then again, I'm not a game developer. If somebody out there knows game dev better than me, and to be fair, people probably do let me know if this is a realistic assessment. With all that said, it brings us to the real question of this video. Has the Age of Fixes had a positive effect on Conan Exiles? I think we all knew that this endeavour to clean up the game, improve stability and fix bugs would not be a one and done thing. Conan has a lot of technical baggage and probably a fair amount of spaghetti code as well, so the game was never going to be magically perfect and bug free in 3 months. To be honest, it'll never be perfect or bug free, that's just unrealistic. What I think most will agree is realistic is to expect a consistent improvement in game stability, a reduction of bugs, an improvement to quality of life, and generally just less turmoil across the update cycles. On the topic of game stability, improvements have been made. It's not super stable just yet, based on what I've seen others say, but it does feel better to me than it did at the Age of Heroes launch, for example, where it felt like the game was almost dancing across quicksand, trying not to sink. As someone who almost exclusively plays single player, I'm quite fortunate to avoid a lot of the bugs that do pop up on servers, but even to me the game felt really shaky around the Age of Heroes, and I would just get crashes and massive frame drops while doing random normal things. That has improved considerably in my experience. Bug reduction is a bit 50-50. There have been a number of bug fixes, some minor and some moderate, to varying effects. I think they've done fairly well on the small and medium fixes, but the larger issues are still looming. As far as I can tell, Living Settlements is still broken, companion quests are still very hit or miss, and issues linger for Foundation syncing, the inventory system, and some other big issues. There has not been as much movement on this front as people would have wanted, there's no denying that. I don't doubt that these issues are probably the most complex too. Stuff like Living Settlements touches a lot of different areas in the code that are probably old and spaghettified beyond belief. There are probably no quick fixes to some of the issues like these, hence why we've not seen some of them fixed yet. There's probably a degree of needing to fix a lot of smaller parts too, like some of the pathing adjustments to Living Settlements recently, before the whole system can be fixed itself, so I'm not surprised it's taking a long time to get some of these fixed. However, it is disappointing to see large issues like this still persisting a year after the Age of Fixes began. On the topic of quality of life, that has fortunately received some decent updates throughout the Age of Fixes. Removing the fortress at Al Moriah was a big one. I think that idea was good, but the execution was not great. It caused a ton of issues, especially on consoles from what I've heard, and really spoiled the gameplay experience pretty much anywhere within the render distance of that huge castle. To be frank, I, and I think others too, are quite glad it's gone. The December update had huge benefits to quality of life too, with crafting stations pulling from the inventory and building from follower both being quite well received, alongside the quality of life changes to sorcery as well. I think Funcom did fairly well on quality of life. Lastly, the turmoil around the update cycle. This was, in my mind, a really big problem. When we reached the point where every update was just bringing bigger and bigger problems, people didn't get excited anymore. Like I said earlier, things went from what's new to what's broken now, and honestly that's really not good for community morale, marketing, anything to be honest. Now, to be fair, not every update in the Age of Fixes has been without issues. There have been some problems, some of which were bugs, others were issues with server providers. However, compared to the Age of War, the Age of Heroes, I feel like there's been a noticeable decrease in the scale and multitude of issues surrounding update releases. From what I've seen, people do seem to get somewhat excited for new updates again, even if there's still the lingering anticipation of issues, but generally, the launches of some of the updates in the Age of Fixes have been far smoother than they were before. To get a proper measure of the success of the Age of Fixes, I think we should probably compare it to the game prior to this age. If Funcom hadn't put the brakes on new content and had just powered through with the Age of Heroes Chapter 2, 3, 4 and so on, where would the game be now? I think it's fair to say we probably wouldn't be in a good spot. The biggest problem Conan had was that the team was putting shaky content on top of an already teetering tower of unstable blocks below it. That's why I think the issues were getting so bad. It was just a constant compounding, snowballing mess that could only get worse if the team carried on adding updates at that scale. One other thing that has suffered quite a bit during this Age of Fixes is communication, though that isn't anything that new really. I've said before that Funcom are not the best at communicating anyway, and though I hoped we'd get more thorough comms going into this unprecedented Age of Fixes, that hasn't really materialised. I said this time last year that I'd like a living document of what the team are at least attempting to fix, or at least regular check-ins, but neither of those have manifested. There have been times throughout this process so far where the devs have been silent for quite a long time, and people have felt a bit abandoned. Again, this isn't anything new really, anyone that was there during the Siptar drought knows that. I just hoped there would have been something of an increase in communications given how the updates were changing. There hasn't been, nor frankly do I expect there to be an increase in the future, but I will continue to say it, this is one of the bad parts of the Age of Fixes, despite good progress made in other areas. With the Age of Fixes, has everything been rectified? No, it hasn't. There's a lot of work still to do, and it will probably take a while longer. Whilst Funcom haven't pulled a Hello Games and completely changed trajectory, I think they have put the brakes on the runaway train, and are making progress towards addressing a good number of issues. Of course, there could have been more fixes, there could have been more updates, but we've got to work with what we've got. Year 1 of the Age of Fixes could have been better, sure, but it also could have been a whole lot worse. Likely a complete disaster had they just carried on with the plan to pile on more and more new content instead of actually trying to fix the issues. Generally, I'm feeling like the Age of Fixes, in terms of grades, probably scores a B. It's not perfect, it's not been free of problems, but it's been a lot better than it was at the tail end of 2024. I feel like the last update in December was a really big winner. I saw a lot of people happy with what the team had done there, and from my perspective of someone who sees a lot of the discourse on Reddit, the forums, my comments and so on, I do feel like there has been a bit of an improvement in how people feel about the game. During the Age of Heroes it was nothing but doom pills all the way down, but I do think that feeling has improved. Again, still a long way to go, and still some big issues that need to be fixed. I think we've probably still got a good ways to go until we can say the Age of Fixes is at least mostly done, I guess. I don't think we'll ever go back to the massive content drops of the Age of Heroes, the Age of War and so on. The game wasn't built for that initially, and that has shown through the snowballing issues since the Aegis system began. However, I do feel like Conan is on a decent path. There's more to be done for sure, but by focusing less on flashy new features that break the game at launch, and more on making Conan stable and secure, I think Funcom made the right call, and dare I say, I'm feeling somewhat optimistic about 2026. As for what is coming, we don't know yet. The December update announcement post back in November said the team would have more to talk about for next year after the update dropped. As of the time of recording, people are just returning back to work from the Christmas holidays, so hopefully it won't be too long until we hear the plan for the year ahead. As always, please do let me know what you think of the Age of Fixes thus far in the comments below. I do expect some people not to agree with my assessment here. I know various people wanted various different things from this period, and some of those desires haven't yet been fulfilled. Generally though, across the board, I think the Age of Fixes has been more good than bad, and importantly has slowed the freefall that Conan was in towards the end of 2024. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy my content and want to get videos like this early, alongside wallpapers, blueprints, video credits and more, check out the Patreon through the link in the description. You can join as a free member to get teasers of future videos, and of course joining as a member helps me out massively. Also, shameless self-plug, check out my music channel Sanctite Prayer 2, links to both of those in the description. A massive thanks to our wonderful esteemed coffee cultist for continuing to support the channel over on Patreon. Again, thanks for watching, take care, and I'll see you soon.
Until next time. Me? Someone has. I don't pretend. And
you don't think you could have made his teeth look better?
up until very recent. But now, I don't suppose.
I'm no sign, frankly. We're most well known for... Unfortunately, I've tried to...
Hey, have you been up to the eye recently?
Goodbye.
Huh. What? Oh, I just don't know how he does it. Up there all alone for so long.
Some people love that kind of space.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
Oh, look, you can change view in the scanner now. That's cool.
I am at your service, Captain.
Something you need? So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else? We're going to be... That means people can... I've been letting my contacts... Felt the same way when I... But it's not just... I'm going to be... We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office. And listen. Whatever you were before. Every member of Good.
As much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind a few answers now and then. That was intense. I guess a lot. I'm Noelle. Planning on sticking around? I think we can find... Right. So you've seen the library, obviously. Walter's quite proud of the collection, but Mateo has made more than a few contributions. Gardens are out the doors there, if you need a moment of quiet contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part. At least usually. Let's head upstairs. Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was a big to-do at the time, but most people in the city have forgotten we're here.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
As of January 14th, 2020.
It's important to factor in what Bethesda has done to the absolute state of Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 before beginning this breakdown.
People will buy anything. That doesn't mean you should do it. They will buy anything. That sounds terrible.
That sounds real bad.
I've never
So this is the bar.
seen a
Usually no
company
tenders, so help
actually
yourself.
undevelop a game after launch. It's actually impressive. How could a company be this incompetent in handling their own products? How could a company effectively make their product unusable by a lot of their customer base? Or at best be less enjoyable than at launch of the product? Imagine if a car company did this to a car they sold you. A phone company rendering their phones unusable with a new update. Put it into perspective. How can every game launch Bethesda now dare to do? They are always in a state that's unheard of in the gaming industry. Especially at their big age of, well, 25 years. And a AAA developer, to boot, a studio who made some of the most beloved games of all time. How can they get away with all this nonsense and still not hit rock bottom? It's utterly baffling. Every launch now follows the simple but frustrating path of launch. Broken piece of shit that needs to be patched. Wait ages for patches for it simply to be playable. Patches doesn't really do it. Pod comes out and says the game is received well. Game might be playable in a year. Major update down the road to improve a lot that fucks everything up again. Repeat. How? How? If I owned a company at the size of Bethesda, I'd be out of business in a handful of years. But somehow they always seem to keep their heads well above water. It's not that Bethesda has a lack of money, quite the opposite, but you still have to wonder when it will simply dry up due to, I want to say, incompetency. From many areas of the studio. In the past, I would have chalked it up to coincidences, you know, being a bit clunky and bad in management. And I still believe, and I still think that management is one of the main factors, but after so many years, after so many failed launches, declining quality, lack of soul, the corporate greed side of the company just isn't all that problems anymore, it seems. But I do hope, in my heart, that it is. I hope that these developers are simply stifled and not just held back by their overlords over at ZeniMax or Bethesda or Microsoft. One can only hope. How is Bethesda still in business? How can they wrong so many customers and still continue as if nothing happened? It's like they leave it in the rearview mirror and they don't want to bring it up again. Not only did they do all that, but they also wants to charge $20 for glorified reskins in the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition and only 8 non-reskin items. The middle finger of Microsoft, ZeniMax, and Bethesda cannot reach further up into our asses. at this point. They valued that bundle of reskinned shit 2/3 of what they valued Shattered Space. And even though I think Shattered Space is mediocre at best, it's insane how Bethesda values their content. Neither of these products deserve their respective price tag, and it's somewhat satisfying to glance over at the Steam store page and witness the crimson stain which users have given their shit. If it hadn't come at the price of people's wallets, this would have been an absolute win. But alas, it's the best we can do at the moment. And raising the pitchforks towards the offices of Bethesda. Because imagine if a company like Larian Studios did this, or an industry darling like Team Cherry. Imagine if one of them touted an upgrade for the next generation, new content and smiles and laughs, only to break the game and leave it for months without a single fix, which is what Bethesda did for the Fallout 4 next-gen update, by the way, if you can remember that. Laying it to rest outside their damn front door to die is like some kind of rabid mongrel. How does Bethesda get away with it? Are they? It seems like the reviews for the Anniversary Edition are so low, and also negative, but will it be enough to thwart the ways of this company, now driven by eternal greed, laziness, and utter unimaginable mismanagement? Bethesda does not have the clout of, let's say, Rockstar when it comes to new releases. You know, GTA Online excluded. Yet they keep pushing the envelope even further, revealing their now rabid lust for revenue, ever compromising on quality and ever pushing less into our controllers and screens in hopes we'll cash out the same sums for, like we did, for more in an earlier age. Let's break down the timeline of Fallout 3, and if anything, it will put some perspective into the conversation that will be had in a few moments. We gobbled up Fallout 3 with tremoring little dick beaters in October of 2008, and within a year later, Bethesda had produced, developed, and ultimately published 5 DLCs for Fallout 3. Operation Anchorage, The Pit, Broken Steel, Point Lookout, and Mothership Zeta. Mothership Zeta excluded. Most of these were positively received all in all, and all published within a year of initial launch of the main game. What was Bethesda smoking back then? Because the time it takes for me to make these videos. Hit me up, Todd. These DLCs contain unique locations, interesting stories. Mothership Zeta can kiss my ass, but the other ones really had something going on for them. They had that intangible sensation of something worthwhile, like I mentioned in the Starfield critique. Soul. From the ruins and incredibly somber and frankly morbid streets of Pittsburgh to the frozen hills of Alaska and to the totally fucked and inbred swamps of Maryland. My god, what adventures we've had in that game alone. And without much issue lore-wise and world-building-wise. An absolute marvel of efficiency, it feels. Now looking back at it, let's, to boot, mention that there were about some measly 70 to 100 dedicated coders, designers, and developers working on this. It was not a small team at the time, but compared to their current, as of the recording of this video, 400 plus workforce that shat out Shattered Space, it makes the mind race with questions about how a task force so large can create an experience so lackluster it does not even rival their almost 17-year-old works. What happened? Bethesda absolutely lost their minds under the acquisition of Microsoft. As the bureaucracy.
If you've never played an MMO, then you kind of don't know how addictive they can be, or really how special it all is. I don't want to flatten the experience and just simply say that it's a carrot on a stick, but a lot of it is that. But it's a really freaking cool carrot. Like, we really love chasing that carrot, and also chasing the dragon. Chasing the dragon